Good afternoon and welcome to the VRML Challenger Cup Group B. I'm your host, Xandria, and I'm joined by my good friend and co-host, Snooper. How are you doing this afternoon?
Pretty good. I'm ready for another wonderful day of Onward. Yesterday was some very amazing matches, great backs and forths, and even some really nice comebacks. So I'm ready for a nice long day of some good Onward action.
And it should be very action-packed. So we're going to be bringing you Ember versus Supernatural. Ember being the second seed and Supernatural the 13th. So this should definitely be a good one.
I mean, Ember is one of those top tier teams, sister team of an old team called Blaze, but they are definitely making a name for themselves right now. Coming up into what I consider the top tier of Onward play, we've seen some great things from Ember over the season, and I can only imagine we're going to get some great things today.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're kind of just waiting for the lobby to fill up. We have Ember, but Supernatural still not populating the lobby.
First map, though, is going to be Cargo, a nice short map with kind of a square layout, but a lot of close quarters battles, some cargo crates, some buildings. I mean, it's definitely a more interesting version of a map to play, especially to start off on. There's a lot of quick plays, a lot of pre-fire lanes, a lot of things that, usually teams need a little warm-up to deal with just because it's a lot of fast-paced action, but we'll see what Supernatural and Ember do. Both teams are very, very well practiced. I'd consider them veterans at this point, especially Ember. So, I mean, this is going to be a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cargo, I mean, while it is very small and very close quarters, it kind of favors the quick plays. You can definitely play Cargo very slow. I mean, back in the day, I've seen some 6-minute long Cargo rounds. Of course, now the timer's 5 minutes, but either way.
5 minute timer is definitely something teams have to watch out for, especially if their internal clock is set to 6 minutes, because you don't want to
Yes.
get down to those last 30 seconds and hear the beep and then suddenly, oh wow, I now have all this territory and people to kill before we can finish a match, and that's not a place you want to be in.
Yeah, I definitely always say that losing the round at a time is the second worst way to lose a round.
Yeah, and Cargo's definitely not one of those maps. You can get down to a 30-second timer, and because it's so small, you don't really have to worry about it. You obviously have to finish in that 30 seconds, but you have a lot less ground to cover, a lot less area to find that last dude or last few guys. So honestly, Cargo is a map that really, really plays into the shorter time. Once you get to the bigger maps, it's a different story. But with these two teams, I don't think we have anything to worry about.
No, not at all.
I think we are just waiting for our teams to come in. I think it's a good time to go into a little intermission while we wait for them to get ready to go. How about you?
I agree.
All right, guys.
Just
We'll
be on
be
the
back.
Alrighty, we are back in it. Unfortunately, this is going to be a 4v5. Supernatural on Marsoc. They're going to be attacking.
Well, it doesn't mean they're immediately going to get rolled over. This is a different game. You know, 4 people can do just as much damage as 5. Granted, that also reduces your. Oh, and Quokka finds Pepsi right off the bat. So that's not a good start for a team with only
No,
4
it is
people.
not.
No. Unfortunately, it does cut down on the information you can gather, the angles you can cover. So there is that disadvantage to running only 4 people. But hey, Supernatural.
It looks like Switch finalizing the shot on Deadshot there in the pipelines. Now it's down to a 2v4.
Oh, and a team kill.
Hailfire. Oh,
Yeah, coming right off the bat. I mean, I think they were expecting maybe another player, but I mean, that's rough. You always want to check your tablet. You want to make sure you know who your teammates are so that you don't gun them down like that.
Soju here in a very nice spot. If Airborne makes any noise at all, he's going to be very much aware of that. Push through the tunnel.
Crowley's going to be coming out of the tunnel soon enough, and I'm pretty sure Soju hears him. So Hailfire is going to be ready, and Soju will be ready for the refrag if, you know, Crowley moves out of there and actually gets some successful movement. But he's in a tough place. He's basically coming out of the tunnel into 3 players, Switch, Hailfire, and Soju, and they can all react in different ways that, I mean, that's just a tough deal. You're triangulated, essentially. And that's
Yeah,
Onward, I mean.
yeah, they definitely have an uphill battle. They're going to have to be mighty peaky, do the guerrilla warfare, as I always call it. Peek out, get a pick, move back, and pick apart this defense that's set up very tightly.
Yep,
And
and they're
Soju getting that pick on the Crowley. That leaves it's a 1v3, 1v4.
a player, Ollie Brox, someone I'm less familiar with. So we'll see if he can pull it out. We've seen some crazy things from the last man standing, as it were, yesterday. So perhaps we'll see that today. At this point, it's all going to slow down because Ollie Brox knows he's the last one left, hopefully. And he's going to try and find a way into the Ember defense. But Ember's a solid team. They've got this pretty locked down. They got J-Lo watching all these different corners from the back. Switch, making sure no one comes from the side. Hailfire, watching that angle so no one crosses from the pipeline. And Soju in the front for just information purposes. At this point, they've got the people to do that. Send them forward, get the info, and call it back. He doesn't necessarily have to get kills.
Yeah, and with only 2 minutes and 15 remaining, he has his work cut out for him. Is he?
I mean, it's a rough deal being that last guy, and of course, Hailfire finds him as he tries to cross from the pipeline, and Ember's defense takes the first round.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate round there. I mean, being a man down and getting one just pegged right in the middle, right out the bat, it's just not great for Supernatural.
I mean, Supernatural already started at a deficit with only 4 players, and while that's not necessarily a hindrance to some teams, I think at this point against a team like Ember, it's gonna hurt. Ember is a very veteran team with a lot of good players on it at this point, and they know what they're doing. And Supernatural is a newer team, while they have been around for a season or 2. They definitely don't have the experience that Ember does. Looks like we're having quite a bit of planning time. I suppose Supernatural would like to plan around 4 people, because a 4-person defense does leave a hole here, and that is the time when this will come back to bite them. It is when you have to set up a defense that actually covers all the angles, and if you can't do that, Ember's going to take advantage of that, find the holes, and just start whittling away your defense in a sort of divide and conquer mentality.
You know, as Ember is very good at doing.
They've been here quite a bit. They know what they're doing. They know where to find the holes, how to sort of poke into them, and just sort of see the weak spots. So here we go. I mean, hopefully Supernatural can bring it back, but at this point, If I had to put my money on anyone, it would be Ember. Supernatural's definitely not letting the first round loss get to them. They're sounding pretty happy about things. Ember certainly sounding like they know what they're
Yeah,
doing,
they
though.
sound very, very enthusiastic right now. And they are playing fairly aggressively, definitely not holding back. Lots of pre-fire by Quokka.
I mean, they're taking it a bit aggressive, but also kind of slow. They
Yeah, a
slowed up
little
in the
bit.
first third, but that's more for informational purposes. They're getting ready. They're covering their angles. They're making sure no one's in this pre-fire lane. It looks like Switch and Soju are gonna try and cross. There goes the cross from Soju, and here comes Switch. Yep, they're covering and crossing, and that's what you want to do, especially on this big long pipeline where Crawley was. And since they successfully made it across, I can definitely see them finding Pepsi. And then if anyone tries to return the favor, the refrag, as we call it, they've got enough people to cover that angle too. So tough work for Supernatural right now, but they can do it, I suppose. Oh, and the trade comes out with Pepsi better and Switch finding each other, but Switch
Yeah,
gets the res by Soju.
I definitely felt like that spot by Pepsi was a little bit interesting there, kinda out in the open. He was able to get some information, but he was also easily found.
I mean, it's an
And what
interesting
I'm not
spot.
sure just what happened there with Deadshot, he shot himself. Ollie Brox and Quokka trading right next to objective, Ollie getting the better of that, and he's able to be rezzed by Crowley.
This is a more difficult objective to defend, especially when you start running out of defenders, because you can cap inside that red crate, outside that red crate, and you can't really get visual on both sides of it effectively. So if someone sneaks in on one side, you better be watching it. Otherwise, they can get the cap in before you find them, and that's not a way to lose the round. Soju finds airborne syphilis, and it's all down to Ollie Brox.
Gotta grab a syringe, hold on.
Oh,
And just
Crowley.
like that, we're in a 1v2. And, just
Hey, where's the nearest dead body? Actually, I know. Never mind.
Ollie Brox is trying to hold the inside of the crate, but I don't think he's prepared for this push over by the pipeline. See how he does this. He's not doing the usual ring around the rosy, watching both sides of the crate. So
it
definitely gonna be an issue.
might be trying to just operate off a sound right now, kinda just waiting and hiding.
It's not something you generally want to rely on, in my opinion,
No,
especially with an
no.
objective. All right now, I mean, hypothetically, let's say one of Ember got behind them. Ollie Brox could have been capped on right now, just because Ember is very good at being silent, proning in, going in quiet, making sure their breathing is controlled, not making a noise, while the other parts of the team, Soju and Hailfire, are doing a great job distracting Ollie Brox. I mean, he knows there's two people ahead of him somewhere, but he doesn't seem to have any awareness of anything behind the crate. Oh, and oh.
And Soju able to get around and get the pick onto Ollie and getting the win for this round.
And Ember takes round 2. Bravo, Ember.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a struggle for them. They definitely took the full 5 minutes. I mean, they definitely were not able to just rush in there and take it.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely taking it slow. Supernatural leaving some holes that Ember certainly found and poked into.
Looks like they're forgoing the planning stage and just going to jump right in.
And Ember's definitely feeling good. I mean, this is definitely their round, or their map to win right now. They know they have the advantage. They seem to have Supernatural strategies dialed in. But Supernatural is going for a more interesting push here. 2 are going through the tunnel and 1 through the middle. Pepsi and Deadshot are trying to hold the middle, maybe pull some attention from Quokka and Hailfire, but Ember's not really taking the bait. Quokka's going in for info, but for the most part, he's staying tucked in, and that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that you're not peeking out, losing any players to ostensibly aggressive pushes on defense. You really just want to castle up, make sure they make them come to you. So I mean, if they can do that with Supernatural, they can whittle them down. And there, JLo finds Pepsi.
One down.
Very nice
one down.
pick.
Got it, -1.
Crawley's coming out of the tunnel with the shield, trying to get some info so Deadshot and Olliebrox can come in and, I guess, find Ember, but Ember is so spread out and giving out really good information that I think they're going to be ready for anything
One down.
Supernatural throws at him. It's all down to Deadshot now.
Hey, I got the guy behind the shield.
And they know where he is, so Deadshot is in a bit of a pickle if he tries to keep moving through the center.
It is definitely not where he wants to be, although he is able to get a pick on the Soju. Got 3 remaining, and he trades with that Quokka.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk of being the last man up. As soon as you start firing, you start getting dogpiled by the enemy team, especially when the other team's got, 3 or 4
3,
people
4,
out.
yeah. And that moment when you look at your tablet and you realize that you just get this wash of adrenaline, and it's so hard to focus.
I mean, especially when you realize you're the last guy up. That heart pounding of, oh wow, it's down to me, and
Right,
you now have to you have to
and-
somehow negotiate that.
And if your kill count is correct, you know you have 4 to go against.
Yeah, and Ember's certainly a well-versed team. Once they're keeping their kill counts up, and that's really important. If you're communicating, you better be calling out your kills, better be telling your team, I took down 1, 2, 3, so that you're only dealing with this many people. If you don't have that, it's going to be a lot more difficult to sort of dogpile that last guy, because you may think there's 2 or 3 other guys around when in actuality there's not. And that last guy can actually take advantage of that lack of information to get more kills.
So let's see how Supernatural here sets up for this defense. I'm sure Ember's feeling really good, but sometimes that can play against you.
I mean, they're definitely a little bit cocky right now, playing a little looser than I think they would against a 5-man squad, because they know they pretty much have this. Not trying to call it early, but Quokka finds Pepsi.
Yeah, it looks
And
like Supernatural's going for a Hail Mary on this one. Deadshot pushing right up through the enemy's offense. Deadshot able to get 2, 3,
Oh, Ember doesn't know there's someone within their lines.
4.
And that's an interesting way to play. And Deadshot finally downs himself.
Actually, yeah, he downed himself again.
Yeah, you got to be careful about holding that gun right up to your face. Occasionally, the bullets will clip into your helmet and you go down. So it's an issue. Ollie Brox gets the res, and Pepsi Better is now in a much better place than he was before. It's a 1v2, and Supernatural is definitely in an advantage, at an advantage right now. So if JLo can find one of them, he'll be in a great place.
Yeah, I
But
was just gonna say,
Supernatural.
J-Lo kind of feeling that adrenaline now, knowing he's the last one left. Looks like he's kind of gonna raid his teammates' bodies for some utility, as that always does come in very handy when you're the last one left.
Ooh. It hits the rafters, bounces on the ground, doesn't quite go where it's supposed to. But it will
Probably
give
only one more
Supernatural a sort of fake location of where he is, which is useful in and of itself. I mean, they might try and hit that location while J-Lo's in another spot, and anything could happen. Caps could come out, J-Lo could get more kills, and as long as they don't know where he is, that's what he's going for. Oh, J-Lo finds Ollie Brox. The objective's essentially wide open, but Pepsi's crashing back on it.
Yeah, as you need to do when you're last one left, and he's able to pick up J-Lo. Very nice. Brings it to 3-1.
Supernatural's now on the board. Bravo for Deadshot, successfully penetrating the Ember lines when they didn't even realize it. But Ember was definitely getting a little cocky, a little loose. No one was watching the rear. And that's one thing you got to worry about. If you start letting the mental game get to your head, like, oh, we're winning, we're just going to keep pushing with momentum, and then all of a sudden, you're getting flanked. You let someone through your lines.
Yeah, Deadshot pushes right up through the middle and takes down 4.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I've
where
never seen
one
a
man.
crazy push like that work out before. That was quite amazing.
It definitely takes a little bit of a a blitz to get there, but Deadshot took advantage of that. He made sure that every man he took down was dead. Everyone who was in front of him was gone, and all that was left was J-Lo, who came up and essentially flanked Deadshot. So bravo there for Deadshot. Great way to put your team on the board.
I'll keep an eye on the. You go left. I'll keep an eye on make sure people aren't crossing. Alright, I'm just gonna.
Ember's definitely feeling that last round. I can hear them, essentially planning out this defense to be a little more tighter, a little less aggressive.
Looks like Deadshot's going for it again. I'm sure Ember's a little bit more ready for that now. As they are, Quokka downs him immediately.
It's all down to Ollie Brox. And Ember is 5 people up, and they know exactly where Ollie Brox is because he was putting out some shots. And a perfect
frag.
nade!
Perfect.
And bravo to Ember for taking their first round of the Challenger Cup.
Yes, absolutely.
Quokka with 7 kills, but Deadshot being MVP for his team with 7 kills too. I mean, that was a very interesting map considering Supernatural was only playing with 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of got them down a little bit early on, but that push from Deadshot, kind of made it look like it might have had a chance at a comeback. Fortunately, it was not to be.
I mean, thanks for tuning in for our first round startup.
See you on the flip side. Welcome back to the Challenger Cup Group B. This is round number 2, and we're bringing you Ember versus Rome.
Two very veteran teams. I think everyone's heard the names, Ember and Rome. They're God knows how many seasons, and they certainly know how to play. Granted, they are playing on Quarantine, which has been revamped in 1.8, so we've got a whole new layout for these veteran teams to play on. But they've also had a lot of time to practice on it, so I'm expecting some really high-level play, some high-level maneuvers from both teams.
Yes, absolutely. Both these teams are very sharp, and we will see some very exciting action out of them. Looks like we are still waiting on one from Ember.
First objective is over by the hospital. A very interesting objective, considering it's very wide open, except for the fact that you can cap inside the building if you get close enough. Yeah, close enough. So you got to guard the outside and the inside, and it's rather a tough deal if you start losing people, especially if you're on the on the roof or sitting over by the ambulance, or even just in the tank courtyard trying to defend, because there's not too many places to sort of tuck in and castle up, as I like to say. So you got to spread out a little bit, put some people in some rather unorthodox positions that are usually a little further away from the objective than most teams like to put them. But that's the nature of the game and the nature of the objective. Let's see how Rome takes it.
Yeah, this objective used to be a fairly easily defendable objective for a sole defender, but now it may very well be the hardest.
I mean, as I said, there's a lot of different places that the Marsoc can cap from, and especially attack from. I mean, Quarantine's been one of those maps that is really good about that. It's got a lot of lanes that you can't see all the time, a lot of hills, a lot of buildings, a lot of rubble. So it's very, very, I guess, advantageous for the Marsoc team, considering that they can maneuver, they can hide behind buildings, they can essentially split apart, and for most of their maneuvers, if they're careful, they can be virtually invisible to the defending team, unless the defenders throw someone out for information. But at that point, it could turn into a 1v3, 1v2 for that defender, and you lose one early. And that's something you, as Volk, the defending team, you don't want to do. You want to make sure that everyone's sort of tip top, especially when it comes to your health. You don't want to start taking losses early. And if you do, that's another hole in your vision and information sphere that your team's just not getting.
So it does look like we do have a full lobby. Should be starting any moment now. So on the side of Ember, we have Hailfire, Quokka Flocka, Milkman, Soju, and Light Shaper. On the side of Rome, we have Freelancer, Gladiator, Totally Not Re, William Dunce, and Apollo Graham.
Yeah, Hologram I'm not too familiar with, but the rest of those names I think we've all heard before uh, for multiple seasons at this point. So we're all very familiar with Gladiator, William. I mean, everyone on the rosters, they're rather well-known names. Soju, Milkman, Hellfire, Quokka, like they've been around. They can definitely put up and shut up. So we'll see what they do. Everyone's in. We're waiting on the last ready up, but I can definitely see with these two teams a little bit of a longer planning phase. You got that board to strategize and make sure, everyone knows what they're doing, where their teammates are going to be, the angles they're going to cover, the lanes they want to be looking at. And like I said, these are two very veteran teams. And when that happens, the planning phase goes a bit longer than usual. You don't just jump in and say, I'm going to be here. Waiting for our teams to ready up. I guess more about this objective, especially since it's a rather new objective. It's got a hospital roof, which is rather new to the south. Definitely a very, very advantageous position for the defense to be on, considering they can see so many different lanes. They can see into the south, they can see into the north, east, and west. Granted, you also have that sort of you're kind of just stuck out there. And here we go into round one. We got Rome ready to go. You can see they've got a plan. They're talking about where they need to go, what they're doing, and that's very important in Onward when it comes to information. It's almost more important than kills. If you can give out information rather than get that kill, that'll actually help your team a little bit more than, say, getting that one kill and you going down. This is a quick spawn, so Freelancer's gonna find Ember really quick, and yeah, he gets gunned down by about 4 people. William Dunce is trying to put up a fight, but Quokka's about to come flank him. Oh, and William finds him before Quokka gets the shot off, successfully blunting the push, as you were. William's running around, and Milkman gets the refrag. Soju's trying to sort of get an angle to make sure there's no one else coming around to flank their team. But Ember's down to 2 off that push, and that's a rough start for the Marsoc team. You want to have 5, especially on quick spawn. It is a 2v3, and there's a res possible, but that res probably isn't going to come out, considering how close it is to Milkman, and Soju's close enough to help with that kill. But information, that's the key here. William can still give information. Totally Ree and Apollo are watching all of the requisite spots. They know where they spawn from, so if Ree stays where he or she is, they can definitely see Soju's cross, Milkman's cross, and make sure no one gets into any flanking positions. Apollo Graham watching the first floor, making sure no one gets into the building, which is very important. Because if you're just watching the outside and someone sneaks in, they can get that cap on you, as we saw yesterday. So definitely something you want to watch out for. Soju gets the confirm on William, making sure that he can't give out any more information, but unfortunately, Ree already knows where they are, so they're fighting someone on the roof. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds, though, they got time to sort of negotiate how to do this, how to get around. The smart play, in my opinion, would be to back off and come from another angle, maybe a little longer angle. You can get to the other roof in the north, and that definitely gives Ree a less advantageous position, considering you're both on an even height. You can see right now, Milkman's trying to get the shot on Ree, but Ree is using the information, or not the information, the angle of the wall and the height to just sort of keep them pinned back. You should stay down as long as they want. And an interesting flash. I don't think Ember has an accurate kill count considering the chaos that happened in the beginning. So Soju's being extra careful. And so Ree is just hanging out, waiting for Soju to do his thing. Milkman's trying to get a bit of a flank, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Ember's just sort of trying to feel out the defense, try to get an idea where they are, to find their little holes to pick away at the defense. I mean, they have 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, plenty of time as they're so close. Although they don't want to waste too much time, as 3 defenders is a little bit to pick through.
I mean, this is a solid defense. Ree on the roof.
Nice
Gladiator in the
flash
back.
by Soju. Not sure if that was overly effective.
No, there is a question as to whether that actually hit Ree. The flash radius is only about 4 or 5 meters. So definitely a bit of a sketchier flash. And I'm not sure even if it would hit, if it would have helped too much. It would have just knocked Ree out for 5 seconds or so. Milkman is sneaking up to the ambulance.
That he is, and it doesn't look like any defenders have their eyes on this side. They must be relying on audio, and Milkman is sneaking very slowly and very quietly. This could be a cap.
Yeah, even if Apollo Graham hears Milkman, that's still a, 5-6 second run that a cap can happen in.
Oh, Graham is
Graham hears
rotating.
it. Well,
I mean, if
Going out.
Milkman's super... Nope, he's going to peek around.
oh, Gladiator finds the flank on Milkman and gets the shot off first.
That is very unfortunate. That could have been a great way to start off this match. But now it's opened up the inside. As you said earlier, you can cap from inside. Soju might be able to sneak his way in here, although Graham is rotating back.
This is a smart play from Rome. They got the kill. They know that the outside's clear, and now they got to clear the inside. If you get that tunnel vision and be like, oh, we have this side, we're going to hold it down with a castle defense and forget about that other capping position, you could lose to a cap, and that's a pretty bad way. And Rome takes the first round. Bravo there for Rome. Solid defense. A few losses in the beginning, but it was worth it. They took down 3 of Ember, and Jace kept the pressure on Soju and Milkman there until, you know, they found him at the end. Milkman was going up for a potential cap, but that was prevented by that was prevented by, what's his name? Apollo Graham. So bravo on the defense there.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to have that cap, but he must have just pushed his joystick a little too far and let one little footstep out to where he could hear him.
Yeah, and that's something you got to worry about, especially on objectives like that, when it's like, oh, it seems like this is very open and clear, and then all of a sudden a defender hears your one footstep or a breath, or maybe you said something unknowingly, you know, that in the height of battle and the tension right there, you might say something to your teammate that you didn't even think would reveal you, and that's all it takes. The defense is going to rotate, and they're going to find you and take you down. Now it's going to be the same objective. Ember's going to have to defend it. Same spawn, but Rome might spawn in a different spot. It won't always be quick spawn. So the defense can't rely on the information they have from the last round. They can't say, oh, we spawned here, so they're going to spawn there. No, Rome might be somewhere else. And that's something you need to keep an eye on, especially in the initial stages of the round. And here we go into round 2. Ember's a little bit salty from that last round, but hopefully that doesn't let it get to them. You don't want to let the mental game or any losses get to you, because you can still bring it back. The first round is just the first round, and you still have potentially 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6, depending on how many more rounds. Oh, and it does seem to be the same spawn, so Rome is spawning in quick spawn, and Soju's going to find him sooner rather than later. Does the smart thing and tucks in.
Does look like Rome is not wasting any time. They're getting right up on the defense. That seems to be a little bit spread.
Back right side, AC.
Soju here, I do believe, is going to be very pivotal in defending against this push early on.
This is an interesting M203 grenade. I understand why it went there. Stop anyone from watching the crosses there. But Soju tucked in, and he did the smart thing. He's making sure he's in a nice ambush spot for anyone who runs past him.
Yeah, I don't think he was seen going to that position. So if he's patient, he might be able to nab 2 here.
It's definitely a solid start for both teams. No one lost anyone. They're just getting information now, and that's really how you want to start the match. You don't want those quick, chaotic first few seconds of the round where all of a sudden you lose 3 people and no one has an accurate kill count. You want it to be a nice, controlled, information-filled match. You want to make sure you're communicating, and that doesn't really happen in the chaos. And Lightshaper finds Apollo ground.
He was at burning street side.
Now, Lightshaper is in an interesting position, considering if the defense on the objective gets wiped out, he now has a street to cross to get to defend the objective. So he really needs to be watching his pad, really needs to be communicating with his teammates. And Quokka finds Freelancer from the roof. Solid shot there. I believe it was a headshot. Seems like Rome's push is just being blunted at every attempt at penetrating the Ember defense. Sochi's going to find Totally Not Re in a second here.
Yeah, he's right on top of him, and I think Re is none the wiser.
Yeah, Soju is going to ambush hard, and that's what you want to do. You never want to run into a barrel. If someone's aiming at you and already shot at you, try and find a way to hit them from the side. Hit them from an angle that they're not ready for. If you're running in and just being like, oh, we're going to trade, or I'm going to get them before they do, William Duns finds Quokka on the roof, and that's what you want to do. He found a nice side angle on the guy that was blunting every advance and took him out. And you can see Ember's working the problem just as Rome's working the problem. And the problem is the enemy team. And this is great to see. I mean, this is really, really solid defense, but it's also a really solid offensive push from Rome. They realized they had a problem going through the south, and now they're trying to figure out a way to do it basically find another route that's safe that they can get kills from. Trying to find the rest of the Ember defense. Now they know where Hailfire is. Gladiator slowly sneaking up there.
He should be able to make this cross safe. Although, where he goes from here, he's definitely going to encounter Hailfire unless he sneaks right under his nose along the wall.
Yeah, I mean, the Hailfire is definitely aware. I think he... Oh, interesting.
Oh, he's going to choose the go for it. Hailfire is aware of his position, takes him out, kind of hangs him on the wall there.
Now it's all down to the last two Rome offense. Totally not Re. It's going to slowly cross. Oh, not slowly. There's a slow cross.
Only 1 minute remaining. They do need to pick up the pace a little bit.
Hailfire down Soju, but Soju did find William Dunst, so worth it. Once they get the confirm, it'll be a lot more worth it, and the res is certainly going to come out here. So let's see what Re does to this four-man defense. They certainly know where that player is.
Oh, he's able to pick up Hailfire. Still has 3 more to go.
Was that traced rounds I'm seeing from Re?
I think it was.
Yeah, that, I mean, some people are not a... Oh, and Re gets taken out as they try to cross the objective.
Yeah, I do believe he only had about 20 seconds to go there, so he kind of had to, it was like do or die, he had to make a move.
Yeah, and once you get down to that last 30 seconds, a beep comes out and lets you know that, by the way, the round's about to end. So you're basically forced to either win the game or lose the game. Otherwise, you're just going to lose to time, and that's not a way you want to do it.
Yeah, a recent update, the rounds went from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, so a lot of these veteran teams kind of have it ingrained in their source code of what 6 minutes feels like, so sometimes it's a little hard to make sure you get to the objective in 5 or less.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-minute thing is something a lot of teams need to get used to. We've seen it yesterday. We saw right there where the 5-minute timer starts counting down to that last few seconds, and you're just like, wait, I have a minute left in my head. And you just need to get adjusted to the 5-minute timer. It's just a different, slower, different pace than before. So now we have a new objective over near gas station. A little bit more, a little easier to defend objective, in my opinion, just because it's got the gas station, the little crevice near it, the hospital right next to it, which is the building next to the ambulance. So we'll see how Rome takes this. Ember spawning over in the hills all the way in the east, so definitely an interesting far off spawn for the offense. They have a lot of maneuverability with that, especially when it comes to the north.
Looks like they're opting for a 4-1 split. 4 in the north and 1's going to wrap around south.
Yeah, Quokka is definitely one of the better players on his own. I mean, he's certainly pretty good when supported by a team, but if you send him off on his own, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Especially on quarantine, he can do a lot of good work. Re putting out some fire in the north. I'm pretty sure Ember's just been spotted out.
Yes, they absolutely have. They kind of spotted Soju's cross here to the north rooftop.
And now Re on the roof is probably going to spot Quokka as soon as he pops out of there. But Apollogram is covering essentially that whole area, the whole middle section. Oh, and he gets found by Quokka. Solid start for Ember right now, moving around the north, trying to get into places that ostensibly aren't going to be seen by the Rome defense. They're going to sort of pop out of a flank that I guess Gladiator is watching, but that's only 1 man versus 4, and a 1v4 isn't an ideal situation. You don't want to be the 1 man out there.
I'm just watching Quokka making this beautiful approach onto south rooftop, kind of getting behind the enemy lines, getting behind where everybody's watching. You could definitely do a lot of damage.
Yeah, flanks are very, very powerful, especially if you've been silent as Quokka has. You can, as we saw with Deadshot earlier, once you get behind the enemy team, they're not looking at you. You're not running into barrels. They have a whole 180-degree arc in most cases to try and kill you while you're aiming at their back. So that's how flanks are very powerful. It's not just, oh, you do more damage from the rear. It's like, no, no, no. You're hitting them because they're not aware of you. And William is certainly not aware of Quokka. Ree is not aware of Quokka. No one's communicated about it. So we're definitely going to see a interesting engagement here between Quokka and William Dunce. Of course, the rest of Ember is slowly moving out of the north. Sure, Light Shaper is about to find Gladiator. They're down to 2 minutes. I'd argue they need to speed up a little bit, because if you hear that 30-minute timer and you're not past those 2 main streets, you have a lot of work ahead of you. The defense is definitely in a pretty solid position, considering they don't have to move. The onus is on Marsoc to move, and as Light Shaper tries to move down the west, Gladiator finds him and takes him down from the side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sneaky spot back there. You almost don't even consider that as being part of the map, although it definitely is.
And you have to be aware of those little corners of the map that are generally ignored, especially in league play, but they can still be powerful because people don't think about them. If you find a little nook like that, like Gladiator, you could use it. I mean, it's in the game. You might as well. And, you know, it could be meta changing for all we know. Quokka's still crawling around, essentially between Ree, Freelancer, and William Dunce. Whether they're going to see Quokka or not, that's an interesting conversation to have, but the proof will be in the pudding, so to speak.
Just as you spoke about time, I mean, they needed to kind of hurry up, and Gladiator just threw a monkey wrench right into that idea and has totally slowed down this approach.
Well, Quokka makes it past William, but William gets him in the back. Oh, and Soju gets the revive on Light Shaper, and it seems to be 4 Ember left with 45 seconds on the clock.
Is this frag gonna land? Does not.
Well, they can't be worrying about Gladiator too much anymore.
Yeah,
they
really need to just continue on. Just leave Light Shaper back there to deal with Gladiator and continue on.
Now they heard the beep, and as you can see, all of Ember's now booking it to the objective, and they're just getting gunned down by the defense, and that's why you don't want to wait till the last 30 seconds.
Milkman is able to take down Real, though Freelancer here is going to pop out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a solid defense from Rome, and they held their castle.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of feel like that one came down a little bit to time management. Ember really burnt a lot of time that they didn't really need to.
They waste a lot of time in the north. They effectively cleared the whole thing, it looked like. And while that's a smart thing to do, you saw the ramifications of that. They ran out of time. That last 30 seconds, the play fell apart because guess what? You now need to get to the objective or get kills, and either way, you're going to lose. Because you're running into a solid defense, especially where William Dunce and Ree was. Like, they essentially had vision of all the necessary places that Ember needed to go to. So don't wait for those last few seconds. Wow. Ree with 4 kills, William Dunce with 5. You can definitely see that they were the MVPs of that last round, essentially. They were taking down Ember left and right, especially in the last 30 seconds as Ember was trying to book it across the street. They were just gunning them down because there was no cover. There was essentially no way to sit there and gain their senses, get into full cover, and try and take those people down. No, Ember needed to get to the objective, get the cap, or get the kills. And either way, Rome was going to win because Gladiator was still alive and Freelancer was still on the objective. I mean, like I said, you can't wait for that last 30-second beep.
Now, we've seen more than just a few rounds lose that way. And as we say that, we're going to drop back down into it. Ember on defense, Rome on offense. A bit of a false start, but we'll get into it.
See if Rome slow plays it as Ember does, because Rome, From what I've seen, they seem to have a better sense with the 5-minute timer. They seem to be able to do their maneuvers and get to the objective essentially on time with enough time to spare to do what they need to do to get the kills or get the cap and not have to worry about that last 30-second beep rushing them out.
Yeah, Rome definitely had the quicker spawn. I mean, I believe that is the quick spawn for this objective, and they are not wasting any time running right to south rooftop building.
Oof.
William
William
Dunn
Dunn.
downs Coca Flocka. Hailfire with a PKM taking down totally not Re.
I mean, this is what you want to do on this kind of quick spawn is make sure they don't take the hospital roof, and Hailfire finds Apollo Graham with a headshot. Blunting the Rome offense in the south. Now, Gladiator is going for a wide flank.
That flash nearly missing Light Shaper.
Will they see Gladiator and his movements? Soju's certainly in a position to do that, but the rest of the Ember team seems to be focusing on the south, where there's only William Dunce and Freelancer. Granted, it is only 3 Rome members left. Oh, and Soju does see Gladiator. All down.
Hellfire's going to need to be careful here with William Dunce kind of rotating in behind him. I know he is looking the right way. Able to take down William Dunce. Now it's all to Freelancer here in this southern push.
Yeah, whether he can get out of that warehouse building or not, I don't know. I mean, Hailfire's moving into a great position to pin him down. And of course, Light Shaper's engaging directly. Not the best place you want to be holed up in. Everything's sort of waist high, especially those roofs or those windows. It's not the castle you want to die on. So Hailfire's going to try and make it around to the back, shoot Freelancer in the rear essentially, and leave it down to Gladiator. And Gladiator is doing the long flank, as it were.
Yeah, but Gladiator definitely a little bit of ground to cover, although he does seem to be really hurrying it. Must have a good sense of where everybody is. He doesn't seem to be too worried about many of the corners.
Fortunately, his flank will be seen by Milkman. Milkman's being a studious defender of guarding the rear and making sure no one comes from the plane area. So I can definitely see Gladiator sort of walking into that line of fire.
Hailfire making a nice arc around Freelancer here. Will he be able to peek this corner and get the kill? No, Freelancer's able to win out on that one.
We are down to the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds. On this kind of map, that's not a lot of time, especially if you're just Freelancer pinned down. You don't have
able to take down Gladiator on his flank. It's all up to Freelancer against 3 of Ember. This is an uphill battle for Freelancer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that, like I said, that's not the place you want to be stuck in, especially with Light Shaper just putting the pressure on Freelancer, making sure he can't get out of there.
Now all of Ember knows exactly where he is. Is he gonna be able to get Light Shaper? No, Light Shaper downs Freelancer, giving Ember the round win.
We're up to a 2-2 now. It's all tied up. Good back and forth from both teams. It's all coming down to the last few members of each team to sort of push forward, it seems, on Marsoc, which isn't ideal. You generally want to push in groups. You want to be pushing from multiple angles, and you want to generally synchronize it up. I haven't been seeing a lot of that this map. It's a rough to do a 1v whatever, and you don't want to be that 1v push. Now we are onto a new objective over by the, I guess, motel-ish area. Oh no, the tank courtyard. My apologies. It's hiding behind the tank. A rather interesting objective, considering there's no real, I call them cheese spots, but basically places you can sort of tuck in and get the cap without anyone seeing you. It's pretty wide out there, and there's this building behind it where you can put a few defenders. Kind of a rougher objective to attack, but we'll see what these two veteran teams do about it.
It's a little tricky as a solo defender, as you can kind of approach it from any angle. So, Marsoc could be coming from anywhere. So you have to watch a lot of angles, and you're right out in the open to really check them all. Very dangerous for a solo defender.
Yeah, I mean, if you get flanked, I mean, this is definitely the objective you can get flanked on, especially if everyone crowds around that center objective. You can go in the north, you can go in the south, you can go all the way around to the west and east if you really want to. But if the Marsoc team is coming from multiple angles, it will definitely sort of gum up the defensive works, as it were. And Sojo and Hailfire getting William Dunce on the cross. They were ready for that.
Yeah, it was a very nice pick. Might be the leg up that Ember needs to secure a nice round win, perhaps even a cap.
That's definitely the way to end this out, is a nice cap. Milkman finds Ree with a headshot, whittling away at the Rome defense as they try and get into a position that can just get visuals on the objective.
Yeah, definitely a very strong start to this round, getting 2 in the first minute.
Interesting
Quokka
spot.
here are already pushing up right next to objective. Does have to cross the street, and we'll have to watch out for this one back here in hotel.
Yeah, Gladiator's really far from the objective. Not ideal. And I don't even think he has visuals on Quokka, so Quokka can certainly sneak up, get the cap. Oh, we do see lasers going across Quokka's position. So maybe speed it up there if you want to cross the street.
He's probably going to get him right when he goes up here, although he probably is also calling out. So Freelancer and Apollo aware of it. Now, I don't think he can cap here without pushing out into this window, giving Freelancer a chance to take him down.
No, I don't think he can, but we will see.
They're also not watching it. Oh, and I say that, he flips out around.
Interesting flash. I don't know if that got Quokka or not, considering the push around. That one definitely got Quokka, but Quokka's got backup. He's got people guarding the other angle.
Pop opportunities there. Is he going to go for it? He's going for it. He's tab out on objective. Nobody watching.
Yeah, this is a
Gladiator running up around the corner if he's quick enough. And there it is. Ember will win against Rome. 4-2.
Ember took the map there. I mean, that's the way you want to end it out. 2-2, tied up. Oh yeah, a cap is what you need to just finish it out and be done with the map. Bravo, Ember.
Yeah, way to round it out. I mean, both teams were kind of struggling back and forth, and that cap just put the cap on it.
I do have to say, Gladiator's position in the back, while a very interesting position, and I think was meant to see someone see Quokka's route, I guess, he definitely missed it. He did. I mean, Quokka got in there relatively slow. He didn't pick up and book it over the stairs or anything like that. He just crawled up in there, and if Gladiator was in a position with proper vision, he would have seen that.
Yeah, I think he had just enough cover with those Jersey barriers that, Gladiator wasn't able to find that angle he needed to pick him off on his approach, and worked out for Ember.
Bravo, Ember. Solid defense from Rome, though. I mean, both teams were putting up a great fight, especially on defense. So, cheers to you guys. Cheers to you. Golf clap.
All right, so I think that's going to round it out for this one. We may or may not pick up another one, and if not, we'll see you on round 3. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VR Master League Open Qualifier Part B, and this is round 3, and we are bringing you Raptors versus Kai. Kai, sorry, being the number 1 seed, and Raptors the number 3, so it should be a close matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are full of veterans. New team names, mind you, but they are full of veterans, so we'll see how they play out Downfall, considering it's a large open map, and we've seen a lot of really close range maps today, and Downfall's definitely a bit of a different play style when it comes to what you need to do to get to the objective, how you need to cross these larger spaces, and just basically be successful on offense and even defense.
Yeah, I mean, for offense, you kind of have to like figure out where the defense is and run where they're not looking, and that can be very hard at times. And on defense, a lot of times you just have to not get peaky and wait for the offense to get close and pop out and down them in their tracks.
You know, information is very key on this map too, where you need to know where they spawn, where they're going. If you see anyone, it's almost more advantageous to not take that first shot and call it out to your team, so everyone's sort of prepared for, you know, that guy coming through the canyon or someone coming out of the east or wherever they're coming from. It's more advantageous to give out the information and let them get closer to you, let them sort of be in a position where you can ostensibly use your team's angles and flanking maneuvers to get there. So it'll be an interesting series, definitely.
And we are waiting for the teams to start. We can go through rosters. Raptors, we have Tiger Strike, FG Soldier Z, VR Marksman, Distorted, and Massimo. On the side of Kai, we have Etch, Engage, Dyslexic Dazzler, Smithy SFC, and R Semper.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of veteran names there that I think everyone can recognize if you've been watching VRML matches for even one season. A lot of people there that, you know, they have the experience. And here we go into round 1. And it looks like what would be called quick spawn on Downfall, but they are still pretty far away. Raptors spawning over near the tank, near the twins, as I like to call them, up in the east.
Not west. Not west. It is not.
Yeah, it
west,
looks
it's
like
not west.
Raptors, they're not really grouping up that much. They've all kind of just evenly spread out. Kind of pushing in and going to pick apart this defense.
Well, to a certain extent, that's what you want to do. No matter what, once you sort of get over the crest of that hill, you're going to be engaging some part of the defense, especially where the objective is and where the defense spawns. It's one big corner attack, essentially. You need to sort of take out those 2-3 buildings with
Marsock.
essentially a big, nice spread flanking maneuver. As you can see, FG Soldier and Distorted are trying to clear out that building up on the hill near Canyon. Tiger Strike's flanking around behind, and he seems to have done it without anyone seeing him doing it, which is what you want to do. R Semper is looking that direction along with Dyslexic. That, I mean, they can certainly see him when he crosses, so it's not entirely... Oh, and the first shots come out. But Tiger Strike's movements aren't exactly invisible, I guess is my point. He will be seen by someone.
Smithy taking down Soldier.
One down.
Soldier was very skeptical of that location, and he must just kind of felt like it was safe and ran up there. Smithy definitely getting the better of that encounter.
Yep, one down. Review.
I mean, Smithy, knowing where he was, I'm pretty sure he heard him walking around and just quickly ambushed him from the hill. And that's what you want to do. Hit him from a side where they're not aiming, not looking, and you get the first shots off before they do. You're going to get the kill 99% of the time. Snapshots are only so good in that scenario.
Moving. We got 3 minutes.
Tiger Strike doing a good job not being seen. Oh, not so much. Gets taken down by our Semper.
Oh, as I said before, Dyslexic and Semper had a nice cross angle there, making sure that it was sort of a kill zone. So if anyone crossed, they were going to be seen and taken down relatively quickly, as we saw with Tiger Strike there. Jordan is trying to negotiate Smithy's position, trying to get up the hill without getting killed. But Smithy's doing a great job of keeping him pinned back, making sure he doesn't get around that hill without thinking twice and sort of hesitating. And you don't want to hesitate. Oh, it distorted. Finds Smithy as he runs down the hill. I guess there was some missed shots there.
Yeah, one of them sounded a little bit surprised by that.
VR Marksman is trying to snipe at our Semper, it seems, but from that range, without an actual sniper rifle and a good scope, you're going to get caught out, and Engage finds Distorted as he tries to move down and around the canyon.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot from halfway across the map.
VR Marksman slowly moving around the back. I would call this a flank, but unfortunately, the defensive team, Kai, has seen him, and they're very dialed into where he's going to go. So, yeah, they found him. Our Semper gets the down. There could be a res, but I do not see that happening.
Yeah, Messino here kind of along these little brick walls up here in the middle. He's going to have a hard time pushing up here as he's kind of surrounded on 3 different sides. I mean, even if he gets 1 or 2, another is going to rotate in and take him down immediately. I do believe he's relatively unknown to the defense right now. But, you know, as I said, as soon as he fires a shot, the defense is just going to crash in on him.
Doing a great job of just being silent and not being seen.
Oh, and he turns away from Engage, and Engage shoots him right in the back.
Right as I say, he's being a super stealthy man. But bravo to our defensive team. Kai taking the first round, holding down their castle and making sure their corners didn't get penetrated.
Yeah, one thing about Downfall is it is a fairly defense favorable map, as you kind of just have to sit still and wait for the offense to make those crosses and pick them off when they do. So the burden is definitely on offense on Downfall.
Yeah, I mean, you got to cross those wide open areas, and you got to do it before the timer gets down to that last minute, because Downfall's a big map.
Yeah, it was kind of a hard job at 6 minutes, and now that it's 5, it's even harder.
I mean, there's a lot of territory to cross, and honestly, when you get down to those 2 minutes, you are running out of time. You need to be on the objective. You need to be fighting. You need to be just taking out the enemy before that 30-second timer goes off. Because if it goes off and there's 3 of the defenders left, that's not enough time to do your work, because you just have so much territory to cross.
So we should be firing it up here pretty soon. I'm sure both teams are using every second they can to plan.
Definitely a map where planning benefits you.
Looks like we have mirrored spawns.
I'm gonna just sit and aim. They could be laying down. There's no way to tell.
Either. Yeah, you can't tell if they're laying down.
Marksman, I would go for it. Try to get in that back.
Yeah, I'm gonna wiggle my way into the fucking basement. Watch out for Marzak.
Alright, looks like Etch and Dyslexic pushing up through the valley here. Kind of a similar play. VR Marksman in the same spot. Should be able to shut this down fairly easily.
It's interesting that they try the same push through the canyon. I mean, that
With
house
one
on the
more.
hill is so strong, even with one player in it. You just have to spend so much time clearing it and making sure it's an open area to actually cross through. But it looks like what's happening here is they're giving that guy in the hill something to think about and then moving off.
Yeah, it looks like Dyslexic's spidey sense kind of tingled a little bit there, and he kind of backed off of that approach.
Just doing some good fire onto that hill, trying to give VR Marksman no opportunity to look through the window and figure out where his teammates are moving.
Guys are pushing up, I'm gonna move.
Dazzler's gonna try and make the charge and hit it from the rear, and he seems to be pretty successful at that. I do think Marksman heard his run up there, though.
Yeah, the way Etch is shooting here, he kind of almost feels like he's like biding time a little bit, letting that flanker get around into his position before they all push in.
A lot of distraction fire, just trying to draw attention so that Dyslexic can do his work and take out VR Marksman.
Yeah, he's being very sneaky. I don't think he's made much noise here. I don't think Marksman is aware.
I did see him drop his knife really close to the base of this hill, which is
Oh,
interesting.
he's
move.
making his move. Marksman did turn around, and he is able to get him.
I got one
Very
more
nice
thing behind
reflexes
me.
from Marksman.
I do believe he heard the charge, though, and that's what allowed him to turn around in time and just get the kill as Dyslexic moved through the entranceway.
Yeah, I mean, Marksman was kind of in about the worst spot inside there for Dyslexic to try and rush him. Engage, able to pick off
Lower
Distorted.
dumpster, second floor. I
Way
believe,
off here in
down.
the north.
Yeah, a lot of distraction fire. Well, that's great and all. We're nearing the 2-minute mark, and this is where you need to be getting closer to the objective.
Yeah, and they are very far away.
Yeah, lower
Raptors seeming
dumpster,
like they're
second
not
floor,
very
down.
peaky. They're just sort of sitting still. They got their angles covered, and they're just waiting for Kai to get close.
Yeah, I've got their attention in the
Exactly what you need to do, though. Smithy is making a charge, and I think he's actually making sure if... yeah, he's trying to determine whether he has teammates up at Marsoc, which is something you definitely need to check before friendly fire comes out.
Yeah.
Snooper looks like he's getting ready to go into capping range.
I mean, he's right on top of Messino here. He's definitely gonna have to clear this side building before he can approach onto the objective, or Messino will shoot him right in the back, like as he was last round.
Ooh,
Nice one.
Tiger Strike finds Engage. And Massimo finds Semper as he moves around. Now it's all down to our Etch with 50 seconds left on the clock.
There's another one here on my building.
Yeah, Messino just called him out. He's gonna have a hard time of it with 41 seconds remaining. He's gonna have to pull some Matrix moves to pull this one off.
He's already been called out. Tiger Strike knows where he is. FG Soldier knows where he is. Massimo knows where he is. And of course, Marksman knows where he is. So, yep, there it is. And Raptors take the point on defense.
Yeah, Kai is going to have to take a Marsoc victory here if they hope to win it.
On defense, it seems to be they're trading when it comes to the defensive round. So, at this point, to come ahead, if you didn't start on defense, you need to take a Marsoc round or get a cap on one of your Marsoc rounds. Of course, the caps are always better than the wins because you get those second points. But for the most part, this seems to be a pretty even team spread between both of them, especially when it comes to kills. 5 kills, 6 kills on both sides at this point, and that just shows how both teams are pretty much on par when it comes to experience and level of skill.
So with that, we have moved objective, so we are on to the Butcher Shop objective. A little bit different. There's really not a lot of cover here. You have the approach from the south, which is very open. I have seen caps come out from that angle, and you kind of have this little brick wall you can tuck in behind in the northern side. A little bit different objective.
I mean, you really have to be careful with this one. If someone actually gets into that sort of little fenced area and kneels down and there's no one there to get to him, that's a great capping spot, especially since most of the angles where defensive players will be holed up in, they won't be able to see over that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into lower dumpster. I'm gonna crawl along this wall. I feel like I've got better coverage from back in that side room.
See? Interesting defensive setup here. Engage holding up the rear, Etch watching the fence line. Smithy moved into a little alcove area where the former objective was, and of course our Semper watching the west, or the north, as it were, making sure no one comes down that hill, which seems to be where the main Raptors push is coming from. So our Semper's in a great place to blunt that, but he's taking fire.
And we have Dyslexic Dazzler here in the helicopter. Definitely a powerhouse defensive position. You can kind of see a midline of the entire map from side to side. And being Volk, you're dark and you blend right into the helicopter. Messino downing Edge. He is resable.
Dyslexic has a great view on that, I guess, southern push coming over the hill there. Whether anyone actually makes it over, nope, the retreat happens. Well, definitely plays into the more slow rounds.
Yeah, that's two at Red Truck and one in Ravine.
Dyslexic just sitting there waiting for anyone to come across his sightlines. See, Raptors are trying to sort of negotiate where the defensive team is, putting down some distraction fire, trying to cover at least the one person that they know of.
Upper red truck down, upper red truck down. Yeah, it was just one of them though.
Yeah, the offense is doing a really good job of surrounding the objective and moving in as a unit. This is great teamwork on the side of Raptors. And Tiger Strike, he's on objective. He's pad out. He's punching in the code.
Oh, wow. And that's what I was talking about. If
I
you
mean,
don't have anyone...
Go ahead.
If you don't have anyone watching over that fence, someone could sneak in and get the cap, and that's what happens.
I was going to say, he's so sneaky, he almost got past me.
Bravo to Raptors, getting that cap, sneaking in. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better win there.
No, not at all. I mean, that really pulls them ahead. Now they're 3-1. Kai's really going to have to pull it together and tighten up. they have a chance of winning this map.
Yeah, 3-1 is definitely a dangerous place to be on downfall.
Now, I do know Kai has some really fast and capable cappers. I'd love to see another cap to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the objective to cap line. All the other objectives are relatively difficult to get to and sneak in and get the cap in without a lot of support. So, I mean, if they're going to come back and put a cap on the board, this is the one to do it. Definitely see both teams are taking it very seriously, put a lot of time into their planning phase, making sure that they can actually pull back the round in Kai's case, and Raptors are just trying to win it here, especially since they're on defense.
I was going to say, they have that defense advantage.
Now here we go on to round 3.
No, I'm fine. We had to put the Dazzler moment where he actually grenaded himself.
I'm on OBJ, so I don't really need it.
Yeah, you hold it.
Well, I mean, if anything, you could just drag yourself and kill the guy.
That would be funny.
I might have saw one by Marsock, I'm not sure though.
Interesting
Mark,
defensive
Mark.
spread here with Marksman in the second floor, the FG Soldier watching under the red truck, Tiger Strike in the 2-story next to the chopper, and Masano right on top of the objective. And that's what you want. You want one player at least on the objective. Distorted watching up towards the Twins.
They're most likely going to be coming from the west OBJ spot.
Lots of communication going out, and that's what you want on a map this big. You want to be talking, making sure your teammates understand what you're seeing and where the enemy might be.
Yeah, communication is definitely key on a map like this. You want to be talking so much that you sort of paint a picture for your teammates of exactly what's going on the battlefield.
I just took shots at him. I could have gotten him, I don't know.
Downfall is definitely a slower map,
Keep your eyes from the north. I got
but
the
they're
south. Keep your eyes
running out of time quick. It's only been 1 minute and 45 seconds, but we're down to almost the 3-minute mark. And pressure probably needs to be put on Raptors at some point here, especially since callouts have happened.
Smithy has made his way up to upper dumpster now. Should probably wait for some of the rest of his team to catch up before making any sort of move. Just like that,
Nice one,
just like
helicopter.
Dazzler taking down Distorted.
The Canyon push from Smithy and Edge are putting down some fire on, I suppose, the top floor, but they're now discovering where Masano is. Trying to negotiate that. Trying to find out where FG Soldier, where VR Marksman is, where Masano is. And I don't think he quite has an accurate count of how many players he's facing.
Yeah, we got one guy near the North Hotel.
Lots of good information coming out of Tiger Strike right now.
Yeah, I just
Got
heard
that-
him call out. Who was that? R. Semper up on the hill.
He's got that big old LMG PKM. So he can put down a lot of fire, and Masano finds Dyslexic Dazzler. Trying to find an angle. He knows someone's on the objective, but I don't think he's seen FG Soldier yet. And that will be a surprise. Gage is slowly moving up. He does have a bit of an interesting push.
Yeah, they're pushing up. They're pushing up.
I mean, Kai is closing in, although only
One down.
FG Soldier downing Smithy SFC. As I was saying, Kai is sort of closing
In
in.
the mid.
Here comes Engage. FG Soldier finds Engage, puts some fire on Etch, and the last two members of Kai have pretty much been called out by Raptors.
Yo, marksman.
They know where Semper is, they know where Etch is, and there's a lot of work for Kai to actually cross that territory.
And they are very far from the objective with only 39 seconds remaining. I don't see this going anywhere.
It's a lot of territory to cross, a lot of Raptors left up to stop him from moving. This can only really go one way, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is no...
Yeah, they heard the beep. You see the rushes.
Etch was able to take down Tiger Strike. He's rushing up onto FG.
He's pushing up. Watch objective.
Etch taking the Mastino, but FG getting the refrag. And they lost at the time.
Yeah, Raptors take the last point because our Semper wasn't able to get to the objective or find FG Soldier VR Marksman. So bravo, Raptors getting that sweet, sweet cap and finishing it out strong.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate way to round out the map, but it's the way it goes.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say.
So congratulations to Raptors on a nice win there against Kai. And I guess we're going to pop out and we'll see you on the next round. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VRML Challenger Cup B. We are on round 4, and we have Ember versus Phantoms here on the map of Cargo. So on the side of Ember, we have, once again, Hailfire, Soju, Quaka Flocka, J-Lo, and Switch 201. And on the side of Phantoms, we have Nuclear, Sat Brannigan, El Argentino, Oscar Alvarez, and PHT Prey.
Yeah, two rather veteran teams. We've seen Ember a lot today. We've been casting them almost every match they've played. And Phantoms is a definite veteran team that we've seen a lot in previous league matches and league seasons for that matter. Definitely an interesting pick for Cargo, considering both teams are rather good at it, and for the most part, veteran teams like to ban some of the better maps that they know their opponents do well on. Do have our first objective over near the propane tank. Nothing really special about this objective. It's sort of hanging out there. It's wide open. There's nothing really to tuck into and get a cap on besides that propane tank, but you're still pretty wide out. If there's a defender anywhere near it, you're usually going to get caught unless you've got teammate support. So the first cap is usually rather hard on this objective, and I don't see Ember actually getting there. For the most part, a lot of defensive teams like to find a way to keep it locked down, and we're on to our first round.
Si ponerse ahí y poner el cruzado, todo para allá, todo a tu derecha está para allá.
Vale, pero aquí detrás de esta pared, ¿no? Detrás de esta... Aquí
Ahí,
detrás
ahí.
de esta pared.
Ahí.
El Argentino with a pick onto Quaka Flocka through the crack of the container. Very nice pick. Also gets Hailfire. That's 2 down for Ember. That's a great leg up to start off this matchup.
It is a rough start, especially for the attacking team. You'd want those numbers coming through these middle buildings, possibly even going through the tunnels to try and get around the defensive line. Otherwise, it's a full-on firefight. Oh, and Soju gets found by El Argentino. J-Lo comes up with the refrag. He's going to try and find Zat Brannigan.
And he's going to have to be careful as he is the lone player. And that frag, but it doesn't matter. Prey gets J-Lo.
Oh, solid defense.
That was one of the quickest rounds we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, that was maybe 30, 40 seconds. And mostly because the Ember was pushing so fast and losing people on every push forward.
Yeah, Ember's definitely going to have to tighten it up a little bit. I always feel like a lot of times the first round is just sort of to feel out your opponent, so you never want to let that first round outcome determine your prediction.
Unfortunately, you don't really have the extra maps like in the normal league match to cushion that sort of feel out phase of the enemy team. So you really got to adjust really quickly to the new team's play style. Phantoms and Ember haven't played today, so definitely a different play style than I think Ember or Phantoms is used to.
Yeah, Phantoms definitely got a little bit aggressive there with that LMG, although it was a bit of reserved aggression. It played out very well. I do believe that LMG got 3 kills out of that round.
Yes, they did. Now, here we are on to round 2.
Hey guys, stay focused. Go.
My freaking screen.
Stop. Profit. Meow. Dude, you're weird, bro.
Looks like a nice slow push from Phantoms trying to feel out the Ember defense, which is certainly stopped at the center line. The crates are giving them ample cover to watch the corners. Soju going back and forth, making sure his angles are clear. Trying to catch anyone who tries to cross.
And Phantom's playing a little bit reserved here, not pushing up too fast. They're definitely being very diligent in clearing these angles before they proceed.
We'll have to sync up and do a push here, so if Nuclear gets too far ahead from Oscar Alvarez or Zap Brannigan, it could be a 1v5 situation. That's never what you want to do on offense. Essentially, you're probably going to lose a guy or at best trade.
Yeah, I saw him checking his tab a little earlier. I think he is aware of that he's sort of the lone man out front. And as I say that, Switch does take him down.
Never want to sort of lemming in, sending one man at a time or two men at a time into the defensive line. It's just a recipe for uneven battles.
Just as you say that, it's almost kind of the feel of what we have going on here is it's Argentino's turn to move forward.
Yeah, you want to move as a group. You don't necessarily want to stack up on each other, but you want to make sure you have support. Someone that if you do go down can either give you the res or get a refrag on the guy that killed you.
Soju downing Prey, though he is resable. Oh, and a nice frag onto Oscar. He too is resable.
Ember's holding the line with 5 men up. Phantoms are down to their last man, El Argentino, but he can retreat and get those reses.
He may not even be away. Focus rotating around and gets the final kill.
Ember takes the point.
Yeah, they definitely held a tight defense. I mean, they were all so far back, just waiting for Phantoms to push up and dispatching them as they came.
Essentially what you want to do on defense. You don't want to sort of push up, peek out. There is some information to be gained from doing that, but losing that defensive lineman essentially is not a good idea. You want to just hold back and let the offense come to you, and if they trickle in, all the better. On to a new objective over by the red crate, and nothing really special about this one. No places you can hide in, nothing you can really do about it besides just cap and hope you have support from your team, or if the enemy team's not looking at you while you make the cap, because you're pretty wide out. There's no cover, there's no little places you can tuck into, there's no second side you can be on. So let's see how Phantoms handle this on defense.
Yes, the not-so-north objective, as I like to call it. There is one sneaky little spot inside that little building where you can get it. You have to finesse that tablet just right. Looks like both teams are utilizing their full 2 minutes to plan. As I say that, we're going to drop into round 3.
Me cago en la puta, me voy a quedar sordo. No me había dado cuenta que no había hecho el arma todavía. Joder.
Hailfire pushing up here very aggressively, pre-firing the barrels as there almost is always one there. It looks like Switch downed him with a frag, Hailfire confirmed.
Oh, I got another one, I think.
That was a solid grenade.
I mean, you can almost guarantee somebody's at barrels. You might as well just lob a grenade right there. Oh, Nuclear with a beautiful frag onto Hailfire. Downs him, though he is resible, and surely the res will come out. J-Lo with a nice pick on the Sat Brannigan. Clearing up this approach. Flocka is going in for it.
This is
Oh, no,
Cap.
he pushes through. J-Lo is on objective. He's tab out. I don't think Oscar is aware. He is rotating in, but he's coming on the wrong angle. If J-Lo is able to hold a steady hand and get this objective, this cap in, it's going to be 2 points for Ember. And there it is. Right under nose of Oscar.
I think Ember's teammates were actually luring Oscar away from the objective.
Yes, they were.
And letting the cap happen. And that's the communication you want to have. That's what veterans do. They make sure that they get those extra 2 points and make the cap happen.
Yeah, Phantoms isn't able to pull it around. I mean, they have to win every round now. It's going to be... They're dropping into round 4 now.
Not better.
Looks... Looking like we were going to see a 2-man defensive push, although they did stop the halfway line. Soju able to pick up Nuclear. Oh, nice frag onto Oscar. He is resible. Doesn't look to confirm is going to come out.
It is going to blunt the push, and that's what Ember needs to do right now. Just keep them back, let time sort of press on them, so that if they are going to hold back like this, they have to rush it in the last few seconds.
And another frag came out, didn't land. Oscar able to get Quacka Flocka. Evened it back out a little bit. We still have Soju in this middle building. I don't know if he's been seen. He's not, and peeks out and gets Argentino. He is resible, although I don't think the res will come out. It looks like Sapper is going to confirm, and he does.
Soju got some good information out to his team there through comms, so at that point, I think his job was done.
Yeah, and the frags like came down on his position. He narrowly escaped that one frag.
There's one thing that has been very unique about this match is that a lot of very accurate frags.
Ooh, Sapbraga able to get a pick onto Hailfire, thinning out the defense a little bit and tying it up to a 2v2.
I got tunnel side.
I'm watching that side.
Pretty sure Stat Brannigan heard J-Lo there.
I'm just going to say they were a little bit vocal, definitely giving Sapbraga information as to the location. But now J-Lo definitely knows where Sapbraga is. I don't know that Ember has much utility left. Oh, Oscar rotated around, doing a trade with J-Lo, and Switch is able to end the round, taking down Sapbraga, giving Ember the map win, 4-1. Great job, Ember.
A very strong, dominant win there, too. Bravo, Ember. Holding your line, getting your caps. Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, I do believe that was the quickest map thus far. So, good job, Ember. We're going to pop out. I don't know that we'll bring you another one. We may or may not. And if not, see you on the 5th and final round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VRML Challenger Cup B. This is round 5, and we're bringing Valor versus Animal House. On the side of Valor, we have 04, Matt H, Panko, Ginger Snipe, and Bulletproof. On the side of Animal House, we have Green Theft Auto, F. Lipinski, Wicked Hex, Nolamite, and Steven. So we're going to be kicking it off on Cargo. Looks like we're going to have the Not So North objective.
Yeah, it's a very interesting objective. We saw it in our previous match with Ember, where there's no real interesting places to cap, but if you do take that front area of the container, you can get a man in there to get the cap.
And with that, we're going to be dropping into round 1.
I mean, they'll probably expect it for us, you know, I mean, if they would run their clock, you know.
Don't say that word.
Bro, I actually made Jigglypuff on Smash.
Oh yeah, correct.
Suck it, kill me.
Lots of pre-fire coming out, trying to prevent any crosses, any of Valor moving up quickly through the main lanes. Panko and Bulletproof. Oh, Panko's found by Green Theft Auto as he tries to push through the center buildings. Bulletproof is still there at the entrance to the tunnels. Let's see if he finds any of the Animal House defense. Now, the rest of Valor seems to be leaving Bulletproof out to dry as he goes on a 1v4 and gets punished for it.
Yeah, those two really pushed up ahead of their team quite a bit and got severely punished for it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the rest of Valor didn't quickly come up to try and support them, try and move forward. Ginger Snips, Matt H, 04 just sort of hung back behind the middle buildings and essentially let them go. Oh, and Matt H finds Green Theft Auto on objective. But they now know where Matt H is. Nolamite's coming in for the hopeful refag, but we'll see what he finds.
Yeah, he's not going to get it as Matt H rotates off of that position, although not very far.
For pushing in from the pipeline.
F. Lipinski finding 04 with PKM, leaving it in a 2v4 in favor of Animal House.
Matt H is slowly trying to crawl up, get at least within firing range of anyone on the defense.
And Matt H able to get the pick on the Wicked Hex.
It's hiding behind that little crate, and just enough was peeking out. Lots of nades and flashes going out. Snipes in an interesting position, and he gets found by Steven. Matt finds Steven and gets the refrag. It's down to Nolamite and Lipinski guarding the objective.
Oh, Nolamite rolls around the wrong way. Matt H is on objective, pad out. Will Nolamite be able to rotate?
And he does.
And he does.
That was a very dangerous position that Animal House put themselves in, especially the guy on the objective. But they prevented the cap. That's why you always want to try and get really quick at those caps. And he definitely had, what, 5 or 6 seconds there to put it in and just didn't get it.
That's so close yet so far.
It's always rough to be on objective, putting in the code and dying right before you can finish.
Yeah, Animal House putting up a fairly strong 1 point. They had, what, 2 or 3 defenders remaining to 1 of Valor. So fairly strong first round.
Yeah, I mean, Valor really picked apart their defense. Animal House was doing pretty well, making sure that every death on their team was answered back with a death on Valor's. So at some point, it was a nice tit for tat, and the trades just didn't pay out for Valor.
So with that, we're dropping into round 2.
I'm not gonna do that first.
Okay.
I'm just gonna play around back around here. I'll play it now. I'll just wait until people go down and reposition.
Nolo, here. Where'd you go?
Over here.
Come on, man.
Wicked Hex is doing a very aggressive push forward. Almost doing what Valor did last time, where it's turning into a 1v, I guess, 3 at this point, but his teammates quickly come up to support him, and Green Theft and Nolomite are making sure he's not alone up there. A lot of really close nades.
Ooh,
And
one
it
next to
finally...
Nolomite.
Oh! That H goes down. Bulletproof gets a kill on Wicked Hex as he goes for the res. Green Theft's going for the res too. He's going to try and make sure he gets kills first before it happens, and he finds Panko. Pinsky successfully gets up Nolomite, and
Trey between Bulletproof and Green Theft.
Res me.
He is resable. Matt still seems to be resable in the back on the defensive side.
Ooh,
Steven's able to pick up 04.
it's all down to Ginger Snipe. Is that a cap coming out from Steven?
That is. I mean, he's tab out. He's walking up there. Can he just sneak it in under the nose of Ginger Snipe? I think he's putting it in. And there it is.
Oh, bravo. Animal House with
Oh,
a strong showing.
He picked the absolute perfect angle in that situation to put that code in.
Yes, that was actually very, very impressive from Steven there. He knew just where to go in front of that box to make sure he wasn't seen by Ginger Snipe. And there's a question in my mind whether he knew Ginger Snipe was there or not. But I think
know,
he
right?
assumed that someone was in there because they cleared most of the other side. And that's just, I mean, Animal House has been playing for many, many, many seasons. They understand that once you clear that left side, the side where there aren't pipes, the last guy is probably on the pipeline side. And Steven definitely used that knowledge to his advantage to just sort of make sure he was hidden behind the box and get the cap in wide open, essentially, out in the middle of nowhere. But you got it.
So that's going to lead us into the north-north objective. Very similar, but also very different than the previous.
Yeah, there's definitely some more nuances to this objective, especially on defense. You need to make sure you're guarding inside and outside of that crate, considering the offensive team, Valor in this case, can cap on the inside and outside. So if you start running out of defenders, say you're down to 2 or 1 even, you're no longer camping anymore. You're running around that objective like a crazy man to make sure no one is capping, or you die before the cap happens. So we'll see how Animal House plays it, but all they need to do is win this. Hold their castle, as it were.
Airball. What kind of fucking...
You gotta do mouth to mouth.
Get in there, bro.
Here we go. Some nice banner from Animal House.
Yeah, after that cap, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good.
One's outside tunnel. No, I'm not.
04 able to get a pick on the Green Theft.
Ooh. Steven holding his angle and taking down 04 as he crosses. Bulletproof might be next on the table, but he does have a good angle on Steven too. Lots of grenades, lots of flashes. Pinsky takes Panko.
Steven downing Bulletproof. Mad H on the Wicked Hex. And Steven confirms Bulletproof.
Come and get it, you bitch!
Ginger Snipe pushing up the middle here. Will he find F. Lipinski?
A lot of taunting between the last two members of both teams as trades go up between Ginger Snipe and Lipinski. It's down to Mad H for Steven. And Steven knows where Mad H is, but Mad H does not know where Steven is. And that's a deadly thing when you're on the offense trying to push in.
And Steven, as he should, rotates back to kind of better cover that objective. Oh, and Mad H is able to get a nice pick, rounding out the round for Valor.
Yeah, I mean, Steven made an interesting call on rotating around. In general, it's a smart play. You want to make sure no one's capping, but unfortunately, he walked right into the line of Mad H, and Valor puts a point on the board.
These two teams playing fairly aggressively. I think all the rounds so far have been kind of sub 2 minutes. And with that, we're going to roll into round 4.
Same objective, and we'll see how Valor takes it.
No, I don't get that.
No, they're gonna free fire.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
We're going to see an aggressive defensive push or not.
Lipinski with an early pick on the 0-4.
A little bit of friendly fire there. I think Mad H took a shot from Bulletproof. And Nolomite finds Penko as he moves up aggressively to the front. Death Auto putting down heavy fire, forcing Mad H out of his position. Gets found by Steven.
-3.
I think Wicked Hex just put down some friendly fire into the yellow room.
Wicked Heck gets the last pick on the Ginger Snipe. That's going to round out the round and the map for Animal House.
Bravo, Animal House with a strong, aggressive show, taking Valor down with a 3-point lead.
All right, so that's it for the VRML Challenger Cup Group B. Can we get a shout out to our sponsors?
We got B Haptics, HyperX, B Reality, and a host of other sponsors. Thank you for joining us for the Animal House Valor match. Both teams did wonderful tonight, and we hope to see you guys in the championships next week.
All right, thank you everybody for coming. Thanks for watching. I've been Xandria, and I've been joined by my co-host Snooper. Have a good night, everybody.
Later.